Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. I hope everyone has had a fantastic weekend, that you are doing well. How goes? Let me just get my bearings for a second. Okay. Where is my pen? How are you guys doing? Whew. It has been a busy day in my world with IRL things. But it has been a good day. I'm a little bit sluggish after a nap. To end all naps. But we'll get there. Let me just get this tamed and this in low power mode. There we go. Now we should be good. Okay. Calibrate. There we go. Alright. So today we are going to be doing another customization of your character here, Fugi Reactive. And then after that we're going to be diving behind the hex curtain again to continue working on Heoteo's model. So one thing that is going to be interesting is that today's Fugi that we are busy customizing, basically, is that one, it is Clockwork. A lot of Clockwork vibes, which is interesting. And secondly, it's also going to be the first one that is going to be bi-directional. So there's going to be a left version and a right version. So I am definitely going to be having an interesting one on that front. We'll see how that affects timing on everything, but I don't think it ought to be too bad because the character is, to a more or lesser extent, pretty symmetrical. So we should not have too much difference, I don't think. I just want to doubly check over here. I'm gonna grab this as a third reference copy image. I'm just gonna grab this as another reference. Create from clipboard. File. Open. Just opening up my references because I'm a little bit behind on the things. But it's fine. I want to be in this folder. This folder. Open. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop this there. I'm gonna drop this one there, just reshuffling my page a little bit. I'm actually not gonna need that. Okay. Alright. I've got everything then set up. Coolio. So, let us head over to where we're actually gonna be working. There we go. Weird. Okay, never mind. Alright, so we've got our base, we've got our character references, we are good to go. We're good to go, good to go. So, I think let's start with the hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip before we dive right in. Alright, so, yeah, also I did mess with my audio a little bit, so hopefully my microphone sounds a bit cleaner, because I listened back to something a little bit while ago and I was disgusted at the audio quality once more. Like, ugh. So hopefully it's better. Might still get a little bit of hiss from machine noise, but with aircons running and computer right here, there's only so much you can do, right? So we angle as best as we can to get the cleanest sound we can, despite those limitations. I need to actually tighten something up. Hold up. Have I got a screwdriver that is big enough for this job? I highly doubt it. Just gonna have hold up. I need a second. That one is too small. Still do the job. I think. I hope. Well, it's something, but not what I expected it to do. Something broke. But it's fine. I'll find that piece that flew away in a bit. Hopefully not with my foot, because it's sharp. Yeah, I have no idea where that went, but okay. Never mind. It looks like... Oh, it did tighten. Surprisingly, it did tighten. Yay. Okay, never mind. Procrastination over, let's dive into it, right? So... I was... over here. Why is my pressure sensitivity not working? Hello? Hello? Why is my pressure sensitivity not working? Come on. Oh, come on. Really? Really? What's going on now? Let me just come back over here, because for some reason my tablet is not picking up my pen. No. Oh no, oh no, oh no. This is probably as a result of all of the shaking that happened on my desk recently. As I was trying to fix things, was all of my display ports are a little bit wobbly. As such, the slightest disturbance causes everything to disconnect, which is somewhat annoying from my box. Side anyway. So, I do not know. Is it might be that I need to do this. Let me try that. Please, hopefully that will work. Okay, restored, yay. Okay. I was terrified for a moment there. But okay, now I've got things working again. Alright, so now we're going to go in here and just go through the process of doing our customizations. Now, because we have got such a distinctively abnormal skin arrangement, we're going to definitely need to do customizations on that. So let's start with hiding the arms, and on the torso I want to go to where the neck fill is. Add a layer on top of that. Alright. And now the neck mechanics should be symmetrical as well. So let's first start, choose the correct brush, make sure that it is the right size. I think it should be 15. Yeah, 15 was the right size, okay. Hide that. Maybe not hide, just reduce opacity so that I can see through. Alright, so I've got tracking on it. Where is my sensitivity and calibration now? Working area, yes. Calibrate. Come on. There we go. Clear that. Oh, that's why it needs to be on top of next shade at the moment. No, I'm gonna hide next shade at the moment. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Switch that on. We're not obviously going to see that height. In practice. but it does give us quite a bit to work with. Okay. Cat Cafe! Hello, hello! Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hi, oh, Coolio, Rulio, Art, random words, don't stress, don't stress. Welcome in, welcome in. It's a joy to have you joining us. Hope you've been having a good weekend so far. All right. There we go. Now, we don't see in any of the references how the bottom of the throat pieces terminate, so I'm going to need to improvise a little bit. There we go. And gears. And bolt. And this pipe goes back. Like that. There we go. And further overlap we are not going to see from these angles. Okay. So now I just want to make sure that I am not doing the dumb over there. Let's see. Okay. How about then we apply a little bit of anatomical pretext to that madness. Okay. This needs a boundary. Something like that. And most of this is going to get hidden by this shirt in a bit. But for that which I have not yet drawn, this may prove somewhat useful. Because I have no idea yet what is going to stick out. And be visible in a little bit. Okay, so that should do it for all of these neck details. Okay, so now here in the neck fold, what we're going to do is we're going to grab our bits of gold for a starting point. Actually, undo. I'm going to do it this way. Put this on its own layer. Because methinks I'm going to want to shade it independently without needing to worry about weird cropping madness. So grab this, give a first rough pass on that, grab this for our edges, unlock that, because why? I want to come over here again and just make sure that this is closed. Okay, and then grab the yellow, brightest color, brightest parts. All right, then over here. Something along those lines, like that, yeah. That should work. And then here, we're going to grab our base gray, because normal skin shading is not going to cut it. Alright, just empty that a little bit. There we go. Almost got this. Okay, that looks metallic, I think. I think that looks metallic. Great. So that is part 1 in place. Now, what I think, on top of this slot, I'm going to go, this is going to be torso. I cannot have caps lock on. Torso outfit. Okay. We're going into Live2D, so I can't have a space. There we go. Now let us apply shirt and waistcoat. Yeah. So first things first, we're going to apply the front of our collar. And pull that down like so. I know it hides a lot of what we just drew, but I did not exactly know where our boundary was going to end, so I'd rather draw it in and not necessarily need it than need it and not necessarily have it. Alright, so that's the front part of the collar. What is the front arm doing? I see myself editing this space still. I see myself editing the space still because this basic shape on this arm I'm not actually. I've been struggling with it with every single one of these that I've done, so I will definitely be doing an edit on that. Not actually going to see back there, but it's fine. Hide that. And this is going to be torso outfit base. Okay. Because this is going to have to be able to flip over. Which means that information about which side the buttons sit and gear badge are also going to need to be able to flip over. So over here, we're going to grab the mid-tone, which is that one. And we're going to fill. And we're going to grab the white. And we're going to fill that as well. Like so, okay. Then, let me just switch that on again. Then we're going to need our multiply layer, grab our default shading color. There we go. That's all fairly straightforward. Now, let's go duplicate that, clear it. Call this one port and duplicate and starboard, so that I know which side is which. Okay. What is currently facing us is the starboard side of the torso, so we're going to grab here. Just like that. There we go. Slightly longer. Okay, and over here, another one in, and a central hub. It's too broad. That'll do the trick. Okay. So in terms of left and right distinction, that should cover us on here. So now we go grab our gold. Pull that in. There we go. Lock opacity. Grab you. Grab you. That is the brush I was looking for. Okay, that should be that one. And now buttons, which are going to be black. You can use that black, that's a good one. Okay, and then I'll multiply color to give shading as needed. There we go. Alright, that's that side. So now for consistency, the opposite. It's gonna look like that. Alright, then our badge. There we go. And now we apply our gears here as well, or our gear teeth. And once again, I made the initial ones too broad. There we go. Come in here. buttons. And over here. Pulling the gold. Just like that. There we go. Lock opacity, grab that one. There we go. That'll cover that. Now here, grab our shading color. Just drop that. There we go. So now when we view it from this side, all good, all good, all good. Okay. Then last thing I want to do is add color back, clear, unlock, there we go. That will work there. So, right, let us keep with this perspective for now. I just want to doubly check placement. Not happy with the placement here. One moment, please. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay, so port side, starboard side, torso, pretty much there. Cool. Next is going to be back arm, which is straightforward. This is going to be duplicate, pull that back, empty it, call it back on outfit. There we go. Duplicate, call that front arm outfit. Okay, drop that in front of those. There we go, because they're going to be symmetrical. In terms of sleeves, and actually, instead of collar back, this is going to be outfit back. And then I'm going to include the winding gear in that as well. Now that I look at it. So, we're going to have our little crankshaft. Like so. That'll do the trick there. Let's just make that correction. All right. Needs a sharp edge. There we go. And I want to just adjust this because it's looking a little bit wonky. There we go. Almost there. That should do the trick. Something like that, yeah. That'll do, that'll do. Okay. Hide torso and all of those bits. So that I can just close that piece. Hide that. Hide that. Grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel, invert. Oh, there we go. Alright, so we are slowly but certainly getting there. Now, here we're going to grab our dark color again. Something like that. Okay. And now let's do this sleeve. So I'm gonna start here. Grabbing our outline color, yes. Okay, hide that because I don't need it anymore. Grab our white, get rid of that. Grab everything outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. Deselect. There we go. Nice and neat and clean. Clip that down, grab our shading color. And just like that. Nice and easy. Alright, and then save button is in order. Save button is in order. Let me just make sure, file. I'm gonna hit the save as to just make sure that it is in fact in the correct place. Yes, it is. Yes, overwrite. And I'm going to get a little bit funky at the moment while my processing power saves, I think. Oh no, I didn't. Why? Because I'm working on a smaller than usual file. Okay, but I think it's time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Also, I forgot to move my microphone again. Yeah, okay. Should be a little bit better now. I forgot to move my microphone back. Okay. It should now be a smidge more appropriate. Okay. Then next is gonna be here. All right. And this is basically going to completely replace the ARM folder because it does not work. So what we're gonna do is this. Firstly, build this up a little bit more. Grab our white. Then here we're going to reattempt this. Hide that because I don't need it. Hide that for a bit. Grab our full color. Grab everything, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. There we go. Something along those lines, yeah. Clip that down, come over here. Alright, so all of that adds up nicely, okay. So as far as our torso layers go, for both sides, we are pretty much there. Okay. Save button in order. Alright. Next thing that we need to do is customize the head. Okay, so front arm layer, I don't need to keep. Back arm, I also don't need to keep because we're not going to use it. All of those. I don't need to re-import because I'm not going to use any of those. Nope, undo. I need to keep the neck kinks for now. For now, temporarily, I want to keep the neck inks. Okay, then show the head, mouth, eyes. Okay, dial that back up to 100. Here, we're going to start adding our detailing. So all of these details around the cheeks and jaw are symmetrical, so it should be fine there. Grab that color, fill for a start. Okay. Then over here, I have in fact got that selected, yes. So first things first, let us apply our jaw cutout, or our cheek cutout rather. And then from there, apply that panel. There we go. Now we've got one bolt on either side of the nose and one bolt just inside of the edge of the panel. All right. Then here we have what looks like it could be a piece of pipe or just a raise in the paneling. It's more likely just a raise in the paneling. Something like that. This is too high. We need one a little bit lower. Because that panel also needs to come all the way back as well. There we go. There we go. This one is in the wrong place still because it needs to get overlap. Here, which means everything needs to adjust ever so slightly across. Alright, so that should cover that panel. Now I need to kind of believably mimic what will be seen on this side as well. That ain't it. Why? There we go. That will do it on those inks. And I will include the ear covers on a separate layer, I think, because it'll just be easier to build those on a second layer than to try and get that to conform with what we've got here. So, first things first here is we're going to grab our gold on this intermediate layer, grab our quick lasso fill, like that. Right. Lock that. Let's grab here. And this is definitely calling for some depth. Along those lines. Like so, okay. Now I don't want to use the same layer as what we had for our base on these gears, because I'm going to definitely want to adjust those colors manually. And I do not want to have to fight with cutting off colors on the edges there. Get rid of that little bit of excess. There we go. Lock that. Grab you. Here. Something sort of like that. There we go. Okay. So that is section 1 pretty much there. Just want to ease that bolt. It was just a little bit overpowering. Okay. Toaster, hello, hello. Welcome in and thank you for the save. Let me do just that. How are you doing? Setting up plans for a vacation. Ooh, fun. Fun. I hope you enjoy it. Hope it's restful. Okay, the original PNG has no eyebrows, but this one has, so I'm gonna go with the shape that we get from here. And actually I'm gonna make them metallic as well, because why not, right? Also making attempts for figuring out ideas for a third outfit. Ooh. Ooh. Fun, fun. Have you got an idea for a theme in mind, or that you specifically want to go for? Or or are you kind of still figuring that out? Pardon, I don't know why my throat got all gritty there. You know what, it's probably time for a hydrate again, now that I think about it. Theme is artillery, explosives, assault personnel. Ooh. For some reason, the first picture that comes into my mind is Star Wars Rebel Engineer. Okay, that should work for the eyebrows. That should work for the eyebrows. Okay. Eye color I'm going to do in the Live2D because those layers already existed and rigged, so I don't want to have to redo those. So next is going to be hair. Next is going to be the hair. So we're going to go grab that again, duplicate, pull that in front ish. Empty it, call it hair. Make sure that is unlocked, yeah. Okay, so we're going to need how many layers here? We're going to need at least 1, 2, 3, 4 layers for the hair. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this one is going to be the hair back. All right. And then that's going to be standard both sides, but the other 3 are going to need to flip, port, and starboard as well. So let's put those in a folder. Call this one hair port, hair port 3, hair port 2, hair port 1. Okay. Now in the hair back, what we're going to do is we're going to pull that over there, open it up. Now I just want to just doubly check our fluffiness and shapes. There we go. Very fluffy. Like so. So now we hide all of that. And we close what is not gonna be seen. But still needs to exist anyway. There we go, there we go, there we go. Alright, that looks a little bit wild at the moment, but it's fine. Now we grab our midtone. Okay. Grab everything outside. Expand by 1 pixel. Invert selection. Fill. There we go. Yeah, and I'm just gonna draw this straight in, I think, actually. I'm not gonna try and fight with a multiply layer. Lock color. Let's just grab that color first. Okay. That should do that. There we go. So for our hair back, that should do the trick. Next, let's grab this, duplicate it, and call it hair STB. Starboard. There we go. But I think it's time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let us take a sip. Oh yes, I still need to do highlights. And I'm gonna grab that color because that looks like it'll do the job. Yeah. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. Okay. Next, we are currently looking at the starboard side, so let's work with that first. So, before I do that, I need to do earpiece. So, duplicate, show, empty, earpiece. Drop that on top. Grab black. Now. I want to not mess up this one's roundness, so we're gonna go with vector brush first, so that we can get our scalings nice. Grab one, place, duplicate, transform, alt, scale down, okay, duplicate, transform, scale down, okay, grab the out one, duplicate, transform, alt, scale up a smidge. Now, because this is the one that is not on center, I'm gonna make like so, and then we'll adjust the total angle at the end. Okay. So now we come over here, and I think our brush size is going to be like 10. Yeah. Okay. Now if we go merge selected, transform, place, I want to go free transform here, and sort of just tweak that a little bit. Adjusting scale while we're at it. Okay, that should do for that section. Now what we need to do is add our cross pieces. Like that. We've almost got everything we need to construct this thing in place. I have returned as I've still fill out paperwork. Oh dear. Welcome back. There we go. Alright. Now I should be able to move this into actual position. Like that. There we go. Where are the eyes? I just want to make sure. It needs slight adjustment still. Pre-transform. There we go. Now we're good. Okay, now we're good. Now good. I don't need that multiply layer. I'm going to lock the opacity there. Okay. Let's start by darkening the inside here. There we go. Add a little bit more of that on that edge. Smaller. There we go. That'll do the trick for our earpiece. So now I can look at the hair. We're looking at the starboard side. We're looking at the starboard side. So hide the port. So next, is going to be getting the part furthest away, and then we're going to stack and layer upwards and backward. Okay, so that is going to be something like this, more or less. How about that? Okay. Okay, then hide the head. Hide the hair back. Hide the eyes. Hide the earpiece. There we go. Almost got it. There we go. Here. That should be our midtone, yes. Grab everything outside. Expand by 1 pixel. Invert and fill. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Slowly but certainly, we are getting places. I will come back to do shading after I've confirmed that I've actually built all of the pieces the way that I want the pieces built. And I think I might actually need a 4th layer. Yeah, I think I'm going to need a 4th layer, so duplicate. And also I need to rename these to starboard. Okay. Like that. Okay. Show again. Show again. Okay, the next section that needs to be filled in is going to be this front bangs area. And like that. Let's just hide that so I can confirm the shape. Yep, we are there. We're there. Okay. Hide you. Here. Close. Grab outside. Expand. Invert and fill. There we go. Up ever so slightly. In ever so slightly. Okay, browse. Yeah, okay. Save button sounds like a good idea. Save button sounds like a good idea as well, right this very moment, now that I think about it. Okay. And another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. We're almost there putting together our layers. Next, over here, how are we going to handle this? I think we've almost got it. Okay. Hide the eyes. Grab outside. Expand 1. Invert and fill. Now we're going to need a barrier piece in the head as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat it. So here, hide that. There we go. Grab our main brush here. Yep, that'll do the trick. Grab our dark color. There we go. Show the earpiece. There we go. That will do the trick. That'll do the trick. What's going on here? Okay, ignorable. Okay. Done. Almost there. On the starboard side here. Okay. So the last part that we need to give form to is going to be this one little piece of top fluff. Which is basically just adding a little bit more dimension to the physics that are going to be applied to this later. grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. Okay. Alright, we are just about there. Now we just need to shade these bits. So, get rid of the multiply layers because we don't actually need them. Grab you guys and lock opacity. Okay. Next, I'm just gonna grab our highlight color and somewhere over here. I'm just going to quickly throw one in, just so that I don't lose it amongst the others. Something like that. Hide. Here. Okay. That's that one sorted. Then this one. They're just chopping little wedges out at this point. That's fine. Okay, that's that one better. Let me just check. No. Okay, and then over here, what I want to do. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. Okay. So, last one. Something like that. We've almost got it. Alright, next is gonna be over here. There we go. Almost there, almost there, almost there. So I think for our port side, our starboard side, we've got all of our pieces in place. Now we need to flip it over. Now we need to flip it over. So, same hairstyle, opposite direction. What I want to see is if I can copy and paste and transform that way. Yeah, it's not gonna work. So clear it. Okay. Come over here, get rid of the multiplies in between. Now, on this side, that means you are gonna be tame over here. Hide. 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 Grab outside, expand by 1, invert and fill. Would help if I actually had the right color. Come on. There we go. Next. Is gonna be basically the back section. Okay, next, let's just get these corners fixed. We're almost there. There we go. All right, now grab the right color, grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. There we go. Now I just want to check in terms of height balance. Yeah, we're pretty much the same. Okay. You are then gonna be Something like that. Hide, hide, hide. Collapse, collapse, hide, hide. Close, grab, outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert, fill, close. Minor adjustment. There we go. All right. Then last one. Last one. Okay, there we go. Unlock, grab the right color, grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. There we go. Okay, that should do the trick. Maybe just tone down that corner angle just a smidge. There we go. I think we're there. So now we expand these lot again. Grab, 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 grab. Lock opacity. Start at the top and start working down. First though, place. Not happy with that one. There we go. Next one down is here. And I'm gonna hide that. Okay, that'll work there. Next. Almost got it, almost got it. Last one. When I've got this piece down, we should have everything we need to pull this in for the rig. I think. Save. Let's start there. And then we'll just do a confirmation. Okay, save button. Yeah, I think we've got everything. Me thinks we've got everything that we need in here. Okay, now, what we do is we go File, Save As, and we make this a PSD file. Okay, now we go firstly here and make this full opacity. Get rid of that because I don't need it. Get rid of that because I don't need it. Get rid of those because we don't need it. Get rid of those because we don't need it. Here. Okay, now we're just going to go through and flatten. So that entire group gets merge selected. This entire group gets merge selected. This entire group merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Now, here, I can't just merge because why? I've got this multiply layer. So, this is going to be copied, pasted, shade. Merge selected. So then those two go together. Then you get pulled out. You get copied. You get pasted. Shade. Enter. Merge selected. Alright. Front arm. Merge selected. Head. Get rid of the head inks. Get rid of head highlight. Get rid of head shade. Copy. Paste. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. So many. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Okay. So that should be everything. Now we get rid of the paper layer because we don't need it. Save. And now I open Live2D. And I think while that is happening, I am going to very, very quickly run and make myself a quick cup of coffee because not enough of that has happened this day. By long and a ways. So I'm just going to quickly go make that while I'm opening up Live2D, and I shall be back in just a smidge. Also, I think. Nah, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. I am back. I have acquired caffeination, and we are ready to resume. Okay, sorry, I just needed to boil a kettle first, which was a little bit of an annoyance, but you know what? It just took slightly longer than anticipated. There was not a lot of hot water in the flask, so whoopsie. Alright, so first things first, let us get our base in. And to do that, I need to come over here. I need to go copy you and you out of that folder into that one. And drag you in there. And minimize you. Okay. So we should now have our base and our animation base. Awesome. Cool. Now over here we grab our PSD, drag it in. Let's see how this goes. Okay. It worked. Cool. So now what we do is we grab our pieces in here and just reorder them as a first port of call. Outfit back. Goes there. Hide you for now, I think. Yeah, I'll make an adjustment in a bit. Then the rest are pretty much all in the right order, I think. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is grab everything that belongs on the head. So our hair pieces and our earpiece. Drag them in there. So on breath, that should move like so. Cool. Next, front arm goes in there. Hide you, I don't need you. Back arm goes in there. Hide you, I don't need you. Breath behaves like that. Okay, that will work. That will work. Then on the torso, all of those go in there. All right. Outfit back also goes in there, and hair back also goes in there. So now everything more or less moves how we need it to go. Now I need to add another parameter, which is going to be for starboard switch, copy, paste, okay. So now, let me decide. Everything that is gonna be attached, okay, is gonna be in here. So it's gonna be that way. Now, by default, starboard is facing us, so on that case, everything that is labeled port over here is set to 0, and then subsequently on this side like so, grab port, okay. So our left-right switch is functional. Cool. Now over here, lash detail gets hidden because we're not going to use that. Next, let's look at eye color. So first things first, let's grab that. And dump that in there. Next we grab that. And dump that in there. Next, the highlight, we grab that, copy, dump that in there. Next, grab that, dump that in there. Grab that. Dump that in there. No, first. Like so. Now what I want to do is I want to come to this shade 2. Start with that. Come over here and add a little bit of purple to that just to give it some depth. There we go. Now, where are the eyebrows? They somehow did not make it into the file. Drop that in there. Get rid of that. All right. Now what we need to do is grab over here, that again, add as new alt mesh, browse. Technically that needs to be up there. And that needs to be over there. Now here, that goes away, because we don't need that anymore. And you live in there. Alright, now, what does the briefing say? The briefing says... short hair physics, check. Default smile. Okay. So, in terms of mouth forms, we are going to go mouths. We're going to go mouth closed smile. All right. That should do the trick here. So for rough check, placement and transparency. Let's dial that up to 100. Unlink like that. Okay, so this should be our default position. Let's just scale this a bit. not too much. There we go. Want to just pull it back ever so slightly this way. Get a little bit more even room on either side. There we go. That works. Great. Now, the next thing that we need to do is apply our physics groups. So, first things first, let's grab all of our hair parts. And auto mesh like that. There we go. And coffee. So, everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Coffee. Right, and now we put these into formers. Let's make this 12 by 12. There we go. And repeat the process for everything. That's going to be 12 by 5. Okay. Alright, that's that side. In here. Okay, that should do it on that front. Now we start applying physics. Okay. This one needs... yeah. There we go. Then here, also on that one. Also, let's start with 3. And let's just put a second one there, just for security. This way. Nope. Something like that. There we go, there we go, there we go. Next is gonna be here. Make that 2. Like that. And like that. Use that so that we don't get weird corners. There we go. And on this side, like that. Almost there. Last one on the port side. Okay, now starboard side switch. There we go. Next, grab all 4 of these. Put them on here. This way. We're gonna need at least 2 of those. There we go. Here. Like that. Nope. And like that. Next. Like that. And like that. There we go. Next. 2 by 2. Like that, and like that, and like that, and like that. Okay, last one. like that and like that. There we go. Okay. Now what we need to do is we're going to grab all of these once more. And we're going to go copy and paste. Alright, and now all of these, we're going to put our draw order up, and our opacity is going to be 40. Okay. So now port, you're supposed to be on 0. Starboard 0. Now I just want to check. Am I being the dumb? Just changing layer orders. You know what? I just made a mistake. That's why. That's why this isn't working. Undo everything. Here we go. Collapse, 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 collapse. Collapse, collapse. Grab all of these layers again. And on the switch parameter, we're going to clear that information so nothing happens. There we go. So now grab our these ones, we're going to put these in a warp, so this is going to be hair Here, starboard. Switch. Create. Grab the box. Make it comprehensive, okay. Drag all of these in here. Collapse this slot. Collapse that. Move you guys in front. Grab you. I want to just edit because there's an obvious error here. Okay. Grab you guys. Here, port, switch. There we go. Create. Now here, this goes not there, here. That goes on 0. That's on 100. That should therefore here be on 0. So that on this side, it's on 100. Officially have returned. Welcome back, officially. Stale Toaster. Welcome back, welcome back. Now you guys get dialed all the way up. Too much paperwork. Oh dear. Save, thank you. I shall do so. And while that's happening, let's also have a sip of coffee. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Necessary. But the last thing I discussed was weapon outfit looks for 3.0. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Multiple keys editing. Opacity, I want that to be on 40. No. This is also not doing how I want it to do. Multiple keys editing. Opacity, 40. Okay. All I know is wrist grenade launcher, multi-launch rocket system, only back. Okay. A digital eye visor and a utility belt. So you want a back-mounted rocket launcher and a wrist grenade launcher. Okay, on your back. Okay. I see it. I get you now. I get you. Like a volley system for the rockets. Ah, yeah. I know what you're referring to. The arm will probably be cybernetic for the grenade launcher. Ooh, fun. If this is not working out like I wanted to, why not? Select child objects. Delete. Why are you not behaving the way I want you to? Group. Front. Okay. Create. But as for colors, articles of clothing, and full theme, I have no idea. Yeah. Wanting to go to the cybernetics, you're definitely leaning much more heavily into the sci-fi theme. So you just need to decide for yourself. Are you leaning more coded military, or are you leaning a more maverick mercenary? That would be your first port of call, I would say. All I know is I want things to go boom. Yep. Fair. Very, very fair. Not particularly armored per se, but mercenary would be a better fit as to character law. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so I'm dealing with an issue. Of independent transparency, and I do not want these to be independently transparent. In a way where we can see them through one another. You know what the issue is? These need to be clipped to the eyes. That's what the issue is. Clipping ID, eyes. We'll say that the boy looks handsome. I'm glad. I'm glad you think so. I think he's coming together rather nicely as well. Despite the non-cooperative layer clipping that I'm currently doing battle with. Okay. So maybe 40 is too light. Let's go with 60. 60 is better, okay. What's happening here in terms of our draw order? That is empty, so it needs to go away because it's not helping us. It's only confusing us. You go up. Okay, so now we check. All right, and we come over here, parameter controller. Port and starboard switch. Let's grab everything here. No, wrong one. I want to grab that. And I want to put it on number 4. Let's see how that behaves. Okay, that looks better. And when I switch back, Yeah, okay. We're there. So now what we need to do is export. That's what we need to do now. So, file, export, animation, we want 30 frames per second. We want it to be 1000 by 1000. Okay. Come up to the right place. Let me just go. Over here. Put it in the right place. Okay, so speaking, 1K, save, copy. And I need to adjust the file name. This is starboard side. Yeah, I'm a loud swallower. That way no one will ever mistake when I'm hydrating. They'll always know that a hydrate redeem is being taken. Then this is going to be face right. Right. There is no fake hydration around here. Exactly, exactly. Okay. Then file export 500 by 500. Okay. Same place. Okay. Next we go to the idle animation. Now here, what I need to do is I need to go over here, 90.3, placement and transparency, 90.3, no, 90.3, okay, placement, copy, paste. That's not gonna fly, but okay. Copy, paste. This needs to get dragged inwards. That way. Okay. I'm gonna write down these values real quick. Wait, what are you doing? Where is my pencil here? So, port pos x is going to be 913.61. Starboard pos x is going to be 104.41. Okay, now we go and over here, unlink, get rid of the negative. Here, that's going to be, wait, I made a mistake, 1047.41. There was one too few characters there. Okay, so 1047.41. There we go. So now those two should align up. Nice. File, export 30. 1000 by 1000. Okay. Idle, speaking 1K right, save. Okay, and then again, export 500. Okay. Save. Okay. Now we flip it over. So that becomes 913.61. Enter. Unlink. That one becomes negative. Alright. Come here. Unlink. That one becomes negative. That becomes 913.61. Okay. Then here, flip our switch. Here, flip our switch. File. Just check. There we go. Yep, we're all good. File, export 30, not 360, 30. 1000 by 1000, okay. This is going to be left. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. Can almost deliver this. File, export 500 by 500, okay. Then here, Speaking 1k left. And if I'm lucky I didn't accidentally typo that again. Okay, file, export 500 by 500, okay. 500 left, save. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Now I just want to page through these to make sure that they are not broken. Idle 1000 left. Idle 1000 right. Okay. Idle 500 left. Idle 500 right. Okay. Speaking 1k left. Speaking 1k right, that works, great, great, great. Speaking 500 left. Speaking 500 right. Okay, we are there, we are there. That's deliverable, woohoo! Victory, victory, don't you just love it? I know I do. Save. Definitely time to save. Let me just hit the deliver button on those, shall we? It's a lot of files though. So, let's see. Grab here. Oh man, I really wish I could do batch uploads because man, this is 8 files. I could individually go upload, save, uploading. Wait for it to finish uploading. But it's fine. Let's go. I want to be in another page here. I want to be there. I want to grab there we go. Paste those words because they're exactly the words that I want to use. Uploading. Now I can close these because I'm not going to be working with those anymore today. I'm just gonna quickly go to the chat screen while I quickly do this delivery. Sixth file out of 8. Sixth file out of 8. Almost there, almost there. 7. Okay. I want to reorder this way around. Like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Happy with that. And submit. Come over here. Grab words. Copy. Paste words. There we go. Publish. Now I'm gonna close Live2D because I'm pretty much going to be welcome to the chat screen. Yeah, just quickly gonna send the last little piece of admin through, which is gonna be the loyalty card. Copy. Paste. Open. Oh, I'm going to need to update my loyalty card base soon. Okay, noted. It is the 11th still. Okay, my turn, it's already the 12th. Oh no. Okay, fine. I write it as it is in my time zone. One. Okay. File. Export. PNG. And it's going to be 2025 1201. Save. Okay. And now we can go to the H curtain. Because we've still got some stuff to do, we can work on Heyoteo's model for a little bit. Also stuff that I can't really show on screen though. So, and lastly, let me just grab that and send. All right. So that is that piece of admin done. Woohoo. Okay. one more thing out the queue. I do want to just come to the services real quick and just see. If I go to here, I want to just check. 2 slots left, okay. 2 slots left at the moment. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Anything that requires my urgent attention? No. Okay. We're good. We're good. Right. Save. And close. And open. You. There we go. I'm only probably going to keep streaming for about another hour. Probably. We'll see. Right. Closing Live2D was a mistake because now I wanted to test where things get put in place, but it's fine. I am still doing battle with leg warmers. I actually do not like the design that I have for them. Let me just go over here. Let's see. I'm gonna just ask a question real quick. We'll see what happens. Let me hide those for now because I need to get feedback on those. And instead come over here and just refine. That's what I'm gonna do. I've not got that layer active, cool, so... yeah. Oh, the joys of... come on, what's going on here? Oh, that's what's going on here. Hello, what's going on? YouTube? Is YouTube intact? Is YouTube intact? Okay. Let me know if that's not intact. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I will find out if I'm going to pursue those leg warmers or not. Still. Although I don't think I'm going to get an answer today, now that I look about it. Anyway, the worst part of laundry, folding everything. Yes, agreed. 100% agreed. Oh my word. Granted, so much of my stuff actually gets hung up on a hanger. For me, the biggest pain to deal with is the linen. The linen. Ugh. And largely because changing bed sheets at the moment is an interesting challenge, courtesy my sleeping arrangements being at elevation. Okay. There we go. I'm going to tone these lines down. Just a bit, because it's just too sharp. All right, almost there. Subtlety. Ugh. Tricksy, but so very important to get right. Okay. Now I need to hide bits. There. Okay. So I am currently doing an interesting battle in terms of skin shading at the moment. Because I've opted to go for a asymmetrical skin shading, or lighting scenario rather. Once again. And that has a side effect of really testing one's understanding of anatomical contour. Whew. I got an interesting piece of debris someplace I can't find. That's not it either. Okay, so why have I got debris all the way up here? Oh boy. Alright, grab that color. Symmetry ruler on. Be gone with that. Weird. Fill, edit, outline selection, on border 2. Undo. Okay. I hope everyone is doing okay. Hold up. I want to see here. Just got a response, I think. Did I? Or am I imagining things? No, I am not. Yay, not imagining things. Yeah, I know. I feel it's always good to not feel completely delusional, right? Just getting confirmation on something aesthetically on the Teo model. A this or that question, basically. Which is going to have an impact on how things develop when I bring that in for the rig. Now I just want to doubly check that nothing has changed on begone since delivering the thing. No little red dot, okay. Refresh just to make sure. No little red dot, okay. Okay. Keep an eye over here. And I need to finish shading these. I need to finish shading these, which means symmetry ruler goes off. And over here, I'm looking for which folder? Can't find you. There we go. Found ya. Grab that. Okay, I got an answer. Just got quickly. Do the thing. Okay. All right. So I've gotten a response back regarding the yes on the this or that on the Teo model. So we've got progress there. Now. Like so. Okay, I'm going to definitely need to redo these shadings. Wow! It's looking horrible. Okay. Doot. Actually, do I need to be in... Do I need to be in the hex curtains for here? Let me see. Do I need to even be in the hex curtain here? If I switch that on, I should be safe. Update, still putting away laundry. Oh no! Yeah. Okay, I don't need to still be under the hex curtain for this. Okay, we continue working on stompers. Why? Because this is going to take a while. And I am not convinced at all regarding the shading of those toes, but I need a little bit of guidance there, so... The grippers. Yep, the grippers be real. And now to also discern... Just a couple of landmarks real quick. Like so. And symmetry ruler off. There we go. For weirdly feet are just weird, honestly. Feet are just weird to draw. Ugh. Like... a lot of subtle contour on a shape that actually makes very little sense. Techie techie, hello hello! Concrete grippers! Concrete? Why concrete? Digi, hello hello, welcome in! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hey there, just saw your stuff. Great job. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm glad if you like how it came out. If you see something that is troublesome, please let me know, and I shall try to make corrections. But hello, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It has been a busy weekend in a lot of ways. But it's been good. We have managed to get some things IRL processed. I think I'm going to have a little bit of further processing time required in the early part of the new week as well, though, because I see video editing unrelated to streaming duties in my future, helping someone out. But aside from that, we're doing good. We're doing good. Heard you making something for Teo, so I wonder, I look in every shadow. Yes, I am actually working on Teo's custom Live2D, so we are working on... I lose track of which generation or which time frame this is. I think this is era 5. I think this is era 5. I'm not 100% sure. But we're working on era 5 model for Teo as a foundation, and then as capacity happens, there is potential scope to make adjustments and additions which will allow backwards timeline compatibility. Not compatibility, compatibility. Blech. Words. So, all of the previous timeline tail models potentially might also be backwards compatible on this model as well. So that's going to be interesting. So that's future issues. But yeah, this was low-key inspired by a gothic dress type thing. And then we kind of just, ooh, this could be nice, and then we kind of just rolled with it. And then the lore happened around that a little bit. Oh my word. Why must feet be so difficult to shade and then still get to look feminine? On top of that. Ugh. I'm gonna take out that line because it does not serve any practical purpose. And I'm unconvinced about what I did with that shading in other places. Yeah, I'm gonna take that shading off of I'm gonna take that grey bounce off of the toes. I don't like it. And I also need to soften the colour on the nails. Yeah, that definitely needs to be softened. I believe it's this color. Let's add a layer on top here. Okay, and reduce that to like 70. Anyhow, I just came to check in, see how the English air feels like. I'm gonna hit the bed, get ready for school. Enjoy your stream, enjoy drawing, and I trust it turns out good. Thank you so much, Heki Teki. Rest well, and you shall see progress as it happens. Yes, yes, yes. So, we are going to be plugging away at this for still some time over the next couple of weeks. Soon, I should be able to pull it back, well, pull more parts of it into Live2D to continue the rig. I've still got to completely redo the hair physics that are already in place because, ugh. But we shall get through everything as needed, so. Just quickly dimming our nail beds so that they're not so ghastly overdone. We don't want them to stand out too much. And I'm probably also going to need to tone down those inks. Almost at the last one. And there we go. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to tone down those inks, but aside from that, do we even need the inks? We do need the inks, but we don't need them as much as what they presently exist. Huh, okay. 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 I'm just going to do this. Cancel. Let me just collapse all of the starboard side so that I don't get confused with what I'm looking at. Okay. Tone it down. Like so. Alright, and then the next one. Get rid of the front edge. Ease that. Get rid of the front edge. Ease that. That looks distinctly better than on the other side where it's just too heavy. Okay. Next is going to be dealing with you know what, I'm going to just delete all of the starboard sides entirely. I will flip and correct. First I want to do something about this shading because it feels too sharp. So first things first, go away with that. Unlock grab you. Okay. Does look softer for a start. Grab that. Clear it. Unlock. Yeah, I've still got so much that I need to correct in terms of the skin shading on this model. But I'll get there. Also, I think it's time for another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I feel like that should probably be a little bit longer. There we go. That's that one. Next. Next is gonna be yeah. Grab those. Unlock. Clear you. And over here again. Subtlety, subtlety, subtlety. That is the thing. That we are hunting for here. And of course the ink slayers aren't even filled. Of course they're not. So, let's start with that as well. Grab you. Fill. Edit. Outline. Okay. Grab you. Fill. Edit, outline, okay. Oh no, do I want this kind of fill? Do I want a backfill type of fill? No, I do not. Why? Because it's not a merging sort of a layer, it's an overlapping sort of a layer. So, those ones actually go away in their entirety. The backfill inks go away in their entirety. Like that. Instead, we grab here. We go outline selection, make that 1. Okay. And do the same here. Edit. Outline selection 1. Okay. Needs to be unlocked. Almost got him. Okay. And now we get rid of the excess. That does not serve the any purpose. Okay, and lastly you. Like that. Okay. Slowly but certainly getting places. Beat. Always the weirdest thing to need to do. But like any difficult art piece, once you've conquered them, you've conquered them. So we'll get there. Now, was that one? So next one down. Unlock. No. Clear you. Here. All right. Then you fall in like so. Now that looks a lot more subtle than what it used to. Okay. Unlock. Clear. All right. And now we continue with our foot base. So here, there's a little bit of a sharp edge. Something roughly like that-ish. So there definitely needs to be a correction layer on each of the toes to account for the asymmetry of the foot and the shading that goes with that. But all right. I think I'm gonna call it here for today. We managed to get a couple of things done. We managed to finish DG's Fugi, and we have, pardon the pun, made strides on the legs. But I am fading fast. It has been a busy weekend. Not much in the line of roast happened, actually. Like, I was doing a lot of research on Saturday afternoon after doing a lot of out of the house work. And yeah, it's been busy. So I will publish a schedule somewhere in the run of tomorrow morning. I'm going to try and do that fairly quickly because there is a non-zero chance that I'm going to need to do the video editing tomorrow as opposed to on Tuesday, which is the next most likely day, to my knowledge. It depends on when I get the stuff that I need to help the people with in terms of the video editing. It's crazy. But yeah, fun times. Hopefully soon I will be able to pull everything that we need to on this model into Live2D. I've still got to do lower arms over here. And then I need to do some other bits and pieces, like Teo's also going to have a mechanical arm as well, so I need to, you know, do that amputation and additional madness. That still needs to happen. And all of the other stuff that is still missing on top. But we're slowly getting there. And we shall definitely make more headroom, more headway in the coming week. For sure. Teo's deadline is the 17th. Now that I am more in practice when it comes to physics, I should be able to get this done an awful lot faster than with Luna Warp's model, so we'll see how that goes. Now that I'm in practice. But yeah, and I have a more solid plan of how I'm going to do things. Physics-wise, it should be a lot simpler, interestingly, so we'll see. Yeah, so I have a couple more bits that I need to build in the art layers, and we'll see how that pans out. But yeah, thank you guys. I shall let you guys know as soon as I do what the new week is going to bring in terms of scheduling. Rest well when you get to it. It was really nice having you guys around. Quiet day, but I think everyone has just been dead tired this weekend. So you know what? We're chill. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. If it's already Monday for you, I wish you the best of luck for this week. And strength for today. And I will see you all on the morrow for probably more commission grinding. So have fun, rest well, and cheery bye.